Welcome! I'm gonna do something different today. So let's refresh this. As you can see, RestreamBot actually works. So let me make my logo bigger. So you guys are all chatting in the same box now. That is YouTube that shows up, which is the reason why you see RestreamBot. So, Phoenix, you don't have to worry about feeling lonely now. Alright. Let me just make sure that I'm not losing my screen. Okay, it's not black, but it's saying that it's unstable. Yeah, Discord is saying it's unstable. Or Twitch. No, it says excellent now. I guess it was waiting for XSplit to increase the bit rate, but the bit rate is running between 1700 and 2300. So does that mean I need to raise it? Because we're running at... I'm currently running at 12,000. Do you want me to drop it? Alright. And Phoenix, just because you're tired does not get you out of mod duties. So I need you in my chat. Can I have some help out here? Okay, good. So let me make sure my mod is in Twitch. That's because I'm... Alright. Alright. And be cheating a little bit. I need to move a few things. Alright, new file. The last thing that you remember is standing before the wizard Lockmere as he waved his hands. Now you find yourself staring at an entryway which lies at the edge of a forest. The druid's words ring in your ears. Within the castle's Shadowgate lies your quest. The dreaded warlock lord will use his black magic to raise the behemoth from the dark depths. The combination of his evil arts and the great titan's power will surely destroy us all. You are the last of the line of kings, the seed of prophecy that was foretold eons ago. Only you can stop the evil one from darkening our world forever. Fare thee well. Gritting your teeth, you swear by your god's name that you will destroy the warlock lord. It's the skull of some creature. Its meaning seems quite clear. Death lurks inside. As if by magic, the skull rises. The key is in hand. The door is open. It's the door leading into the castle Shadowgate. The pitiful wizard Lockmere was a fool to send a buffoon like you to stop me. You will surely regret it, for the only thing here for you is a horrible death. The sound of maniacal laughter echoes in your ears. The torch is in hand. The torch is in hand. All right. What do you want to use this on? I want to use it on the door. Click, the key worked. It unlocked the door. The stone walls seem uncomfortably close as you walk down the stairs. Well, I think I'm going to take torches. The book is opened and examined. A rectangular hole has been cut out of the inside of the book. Okay. Notice I wanna You stand in a long corridor. Huge stone archways line the entire hall. Oh, Char, you've been waiting to see this game? Oh. What do you want to use this on? I want to use it on this. Click, the key worked. It unlocked the door. Oh, as you enter, you can see a sword and a sling inside. Guess what? The sword is in hand. The sling was taken. If you remember Uninvited, this is taken from the same exact vein. All except for that Shadowgate is more superior to this game. Alright. The stones in these walls were probably cut by the hands of enslaved mountain dwarves. I wonder how they know that. The door is opened. And that one's open, and that one's opened. And we're going to move to the east door. A shark swims by, as if patrolling this calm pool. The door is opened. Water cascades over a subterranean cliff into a cool, clean stream. The stone is in hand. I can't take it. I better be able to. Good, good. Oh. The walls in this room are much too close for comfort. The damp walls of this eerie cavern are rough and irregular. Okay, Okay. Pow! Ouch, that smarts. You hit the rock as hard as you can. Pow! The loose rock falls down as if hinged to the wall. The bag 1 was taken. Bag 1 is opened. The bag contained 3 large jewels. You're standing in a dark underground cavern. The subterranean cavern has been carved by centuries of supernatural erosion. Okay. We're gonna move to this door. You enter a cold room. The stench of flesh in decay pervades the small chamber. You begin to shiver. This room is really cold. Alright. Okay, let's use something. Okay. What do I want to use it on? I want to use it on this. The gem fits perfectly in the hole. A small crystal sphere magically appears on the stand. Alright. The sphere is in hand. Fear grips you as you enter this hot room. Well, how about we just take this shield? The shield is in hand. You raise your shield just in time to block the dragon flame. And I want to take this. Again, flame spews forth. You use the shield for protection. It's getting hot. You don't know how much longer you can stand it. Again, flame spews forth. You use the shield for protection. It's getting hot. You don't know how much longer you can stand it. Again, flame spews forth. You use the shield for protection. It's getting hot. You don't know how much longer you can stand it. Okay. Now we're gonna get the F out of here. The room stinks of rotten meat. The subterranean cavern has been carved by centuries of supernatural erosion. Of course it has. What do you want to use this on? You drop the sphere into the lake and notice the ripples disappear as the water turns into ice. The key is in hand. Use a lit torch, like not on the sphere. Turning the torch close to it. The torch melts away the ice over the sphere, allowing it to float to the surface. Not surprisingly, the lake quickly refreezes. Torch is lit. Good. That stopped that music. Whew. No, you still have to use the torches. Lines for an unseen end. The stone falls away to reveal a secret passage. As soon as you enter the room, you see an arrow on the front wall. Yeah, I know. She's wet and won't burn. It's wet and won't burn. No, I can't take those torches. Not sure how we can do that. It says use the torch on the left. Then move through the door on the left. So I took the arrow. Torches are burning strongly. You need not light anymore. How about if I just use this? Well, I suppose that answered that. It's a hidden door. There's a spiral staircase leading down. You stand at the edge of a deep chasm. From the darkness below arises the screams of the undead. This cave is hewn roughly in the chasm's wall. You can't do that. Okay. I can't move. Why not? Use a lit torch. What's this? A wraith is standing in your way, barring your path. No, wait a minute. It's best if you don't do that. Why not? How about... Best if you don't do that. Okay. Line by itself. Oh, okay. The torch burns with a strange white flame. With a shout, you throw the flaming torch at it. With a blinding flash, the white flame engulfs the undead apparition. When you open your eyes again, the wraith is gone. Okay. I got a cloak now. The door's opened. The small stone chamber is lined on one side by two barred portals. Alright. So, I don't do anything else. You feel the ground shake as the rock moves slowly aside to reveal a passageway. Well, you know what? I don't say it, but I'm gonna take... Oh, I can't take it. Well, never mind then. I'll take the torch. Well, let's go ahead and open the scroll. The scroll one is opened. Your hands begin to sweat because of your extreme excitement. 5 to find. 3 are 1. 1 gives access. The bladed sun. The silver orb to banish below. The staff of ages to vanquish the foe. Joining 2, the golden blade. The last to invoke, the platinum horn. Did anyone understand any of that? You seem to be wasting your time. Fine, whatever. The cold water from the limestone drips on your neck, sending shivers down your spine. What do you want to use this on? I want to use it on this. As soon as you place the blue gem in the hole, you hear the sound of grinding stone. Am I going to get flooded? The wall slowly rises to reveal a magical image of an old wizard. Listen, warrior. The warlock lord can only be defeated by thy courage and the staff of ages. Well, I just read that in the scroll. Remember, 5 to find. 3 for the staff, 1 to be the key, and 1 to be thy pathway. Have thy wits about thee, warrior, fare thee well. The wall slides back into place, hiding the image from your sight. A scroll appears. I will take scroll. And I am going to open said scroll. The scroll true is open. You've read the scroll. The scroll reads, as the shadow of the wind, thou shalt be. Humana. You've learned 1 magic spell. As the spell was chanted, the scroll too quickly vanished. Alright. Bye. Oh boy. You're inside a small room. Okay, let's see here. Oh, come on, laptop. Look at Epor. The sign reads Epor. Epor, Epor, Epor. You got it. It seems to some sort of magic word. God, whoever wrote this should have proofread. Because it should say it seems to be some sort of magic word. You've learned one magic spell. I think I learned 2. Okay. The spell was chanted. Epor. There are many strange things in this world. When you say the magic spell, the rope moved. Having stretched up to the hole, the rope stops moving. Interesting. This room is full of mirrors. Reminds you of the Elven Funhouse at King's Otto's Fair. That was completely random. Alright, ignore the mirrors and move through the door behind you. Okay. Ignoring mirrors. This long, cold hallway is lined on either side by half a dozen coffins. Well, that doesn't look like it should be fun. The bottom right coffin? The lid of the coffin is opened. A mummy stands silently before you. What do you want to use this on? Obviously, I want to use this on the mummy. The mummy bursts into flames, leaving behind a scepter among the ashes. Maybe I should take it. The scepter is in hand. Alright. See. Okay. This room is full of mirrors. Reminds you of the Elven King. House. Well, I think I want to use a hammer. What do you want to use this on? 7 years bad luck! Bellowing like some Norse god, you smash the hammer into the mirror. You shatter the mirror, revealing an iron door. Guess what? Eyes open. Oh, it's locked. Well, where there's a will, there's a way. Click the key worked and it unlocked the door. Oh boy. This room is incredibly hot. This must be what the lower levels of Gehenna are like. The heat is unbearable, and you have to turn back. Well, how about this? What do you want to use this on? How about myself? You try on the cloak and find it very unbecoming. It barely fits over your armor. I mean, it's so hot you begin to sweat profusely. Door is open. Suddenly you feel a gust of wind. A searing blast of heat knocks you across the room. Oh, crap! You hurl the sphere into the fire below. The hell-spawn flames quickly vanish as soon as the sphere touches them. With nothing to feed itself on, the fire drake immediately follows suit. Awesome! A sharp, cold wind whips up over the ledge of the deep, dark chasm. As you've stepped on the bridge, a troll appears and says, "This bridge is mine. It'll cost you a gold coin to cross." I don't think so. The troll falls silently into the dark cavern. You listen, but you do not hear him crash. The moon casts a brilliant shadow over the grounds of the courtyard. As soon as you start twirling the sling, a magical influence takes over your body. You cry out, "Death to the Philistine," and release the stone bullseye. You drive the sword deep into the Cyclops. Blood pours out of the wound and onto the grass. Alright. The crank turns rather easily. At the end of the rope, there is a small bucket. The bucket is open. Can I take his weapon? You can't take it. Why not? Alright. Oh, wow. Torch is lit. It is now. It's a long, drafty hallway with one flight of stairs and several open passages. Torch is in hand. Lower left door, huh? You stand in a small library. The map is in hand. The skull is in hand. Take. More take. More take. More take. Okay. The scroll 3 is open. Your hands begin to sweat because of your extreme excitement. Lands under the heavens, the key to the world. Tarak. You've learned one magic spell. As the spell was chanted, the scroll 3 quickly vanished. The scroll 4 is open. You've read the scroll. To move the sun from far to near. Light is what the darkness fears. Instantum illumina. You've learned one magic spell. As the spell was chanted, the scroll 4 quickly vanished. Alright. Sure. You try the glasses on and they fit perfectly. You can see very well. I would hope so. The book is open. Wow. With these glasses you can understand and read what you could not before. The light grows faint. The path winds around. Where life is lost, wisdom is found. The seed of the dream, for the evil is free. Where the sword is hung, he must place the sky. A bridge to from, amidst burning death, a demon to guard. Motari Rizeth. You learned one magic spell. As the spell was chanted, the book quickly vanished, just like everything else. The bookcase slowly slides away, revealing a hidden passage. Alright. This room is dominated by a large fireplace set and a red brick wall. Alright. So, how about we take that? No, I can't take it? How about if I take this? The bellows is in hand. Alright. The spell was chanted. Tarak! A large crack appears around the equator of the globe. There's a globe mounted on a stand for display. Shows all the known lands. Well, if there's a crack into it, I most certainly can open it, right? The globe is open. We are going to take. Really? Yeah. And we're taking. I don't know why we're taking all this stuff, but we're taking it. Alright. Alright. It smells like a kennel in here, and there are no windows through which to circulate fresh air. Oh. Do I have to worry about dogs? So if you guys ever have a horseshoe and you hang it on the wall, do not hang it like this. Oh. The reason is a horseshoe is meant to symbolize good luck, and if you hang it like this, all the luck is going to run out of the ends. Shoes in hand. Well, I don't care if I mispronounce the spells. Take everything from the shelves. I take a bottle. Why not? I take another bottle. And I'm going to be hopped up on drugs like you wouldn't believe. The test tube is in hand. Okay, what am I testing? Several bottle number 2s. Okay. The stone rises slowly out of the floor. A shining vial is inside it. The water is in hand. The stone descends back into place. That's not a bucket, that was a bottle. It was a vial. You stand in a small garden. The only sound is of falling water in the night. Alright. You place the gauntlet on your hand. It feels like it was made just for you. By using the silver gauntlet, you remove the flute easily. The sound of the water splashing is music to your ears. The sound of the flute is very pretty indeed. Wasn't that the same exact music that was in Uninvited that just played? It seems like you wake from a dream only to find a hole in the tree. Yeah. Is it real? The flute's music is like magic. The ring is in hand. You're in a small, stuffy laboratory. I'm leaving it. Alright. We're gonna open this door. You are awed by the majestic beauty of this immense banquet hall. The road quickly catches on fire and burns away. A key can be seen underneath. The key 4 is in hand. The mirror is in hand. Phoenix, are we still broadcasting on Twitch? I don't understand why he's offline. He is to be in my chat. He is a mod. The upper right door, huh? Alright, I'm going to double check something just in a sec. How do you know they're almost running out? Oh! Oh! Alright, Alright. Use. That unlocked. There are markings on the stairs. Although the evening air is cool, the small circular room radiates a fervent heat. Oh, well, I went through the wrong door anyways. I'll come back. Alright. It appears to be a sphinx. It looks at you indifferently. Okay. Well, the marks on the stairs are a hint. It says, try to move past the sphinx and it'll ask a riddle. Okay. He says he's in chat, huh? Let me double check. It shows that you're not in chat, Phoenix. Because it shows only 2 people are watching. Oh, I see it now. And that chat has not shown up on... Now I see it here. Okay. Alright. So... As you moved, the Sphinx spoke. Who are you? No one may pass without my permission. To pass, you must answer a riddle. I'm a fire's friend. My body swells with wind. With my nose I blow. how the embers glow. Dost thou know? Bring me the answer to my riddle, and I shall let thee pass. Oh. Oh. You have correctly answered my riddle, warrior. Thou may now pass. A telescope is beside the window. A star map is on the wall. This must be an observatory. Alright. The star is in hand! Let's see. Is opened. Well, let's take that rod. Good, 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 good. You were so captivated by the woman's beauty that you momentarily forgot her predicament. Yes, in the moonlight she is even more beautiful. Your aim is true as you plunge the silver arrow into the beautiful woman. The beautiful lady suddenly transformed into a wolf. The blade is in hand. Okay. Try to take the horn, huh? You're in a room with two braziers. A large fireball suddenly appears in the room and causes you to shield your eyes. When you open them, you notice that the fire has changed into something far more menacing. Alright. Give me a moment. I need to find what I'm looking for. It is here. The holy water has sent the hellhound back to the place where it was spawned. The flame died out. The room was quiet, as though nothing had happened. The horn is in hand. Wouldn't that suck if that was an endless loop? Providing I had enough water to put in and take him out every single time. As you stand on the turret, an eerie blue dragon appears in the clear, starry sky. I just love how they just sit there until I make a move. The star becomes a flash of light as you launch it. Crash! It strikes the wyvern and explodes into a million pieces. Man. You have entered a small corridor. 2 arched doorways wait patiently for you. I don't know what patience has to do with it. From this windy ledge, you can get an idea of the size and strength of the castle. Suddenly, the sky seems to be on fire as a bolt of pure lightning strikes the rod. You are startled to see a skeleton hand rise from a hole that has formed at your feet. Alright. The wand is in hand. As you take the wand from the skeletal hand, it begins to descend. The hole then closes up as if it had never been. Lightning lights up the countryside as you stand on a lookout point. Alright. So what is this on the right? As you move the pot, you realize that you have fallen for the oldest trick in the book. You suddenly find yourself knee-deep in the moat. Seems that the alligators really enjoy your company. It's a sad thing that your adventure have ended here. Well, we don't do that no more. So the only thing to do is to move back. It's a balcony. Oh! Until I'm where? Alright. Alright. You drink the liquid and immediately begin to rise in the air. A giant snake confronts you in this small cave. The snake begins to shake and shudder. It is just your eye. Is it just your eyes or is it shrinking? The serpentine statue begins to change. It grows smaller and smaller. It dematerializes and forms anew as a staff of tremendous beauty. The staff is in hand. Suddenly you feel heavier than you did only a moment ago. Oh, the troll says you must pay a toll of 1 gold coin. The spell was chanted. Humana! As soon as the magic is invoked, you lose sight of yourself. You're as invisible as the wind. The castle Shadowgate looms before you. Okay. I most certainly can. Okay. You're in a small throne room. A skeleton wearing a gold crown sits on a throne in front of you. Oh. Alright. Alright. Well, here we go. As soon as you give the scepter to the skeleton, the seal on the pillar lowers. You can now see a ring-shaped hole. The ring fits perfectly. The throne magically rises, revealing a secret passageway. This hallway is made of large granite slabs. On the opposite wall are a pair of stone beasts guarding a dark archway. Sulphurous fumes rise from the hot molten lava, some 30 feet below you. Swimming would not be wise. The spell was chanted. Motari! The statue lowers and a large platform rises out of the lava. You now have a way across. Stalagmites surround this room like the cavernous jaws of a huge beast. Alright, let's see. Okay. The right handle was lowered. The middle handle was lowered. The right handle was raised. Come on. Scree! The cylinder lifts with a shuddering sound. You're momentarily dazed as the darkness is lit by a blinding flash. The silver orb is revealed. Well, I'm going to take it. As soon as you remove the orbs, the cylinder closes. The spell was chanted. Illumina! Suddenly, the cavern is so bright that you have to shade your eyes. It takes you a few moments to regain your senses from the nova bursts. It seems the gargoyles were also affected and haven't yet recovered from the spell. The room seems to be made solely for the purpose of housing the well. The cover of the well is opened. As soon as you throw the coin into the well, a huge wind erupts from within it. It reminds you of the small dust devils you've seen in the autumn months. Can't do that. I can't. Why? The swirling winds carry you down the deep well and set you gently into the cavern below. You stand above a beach, looking down upon the river. Oh. I can't. After the gong sounds, a specter materializes right before your eyes. The ghostly ferryman doesn't look friendly. You hear a faint voice ask for a fare. The ferryman takes the coin and gestures you to board quickly. You climb aboard the tiny raft and soon reach the opposite bank. A stone skull stands against the far wall, screaming silently. For some reason, you get the feeling you are standing on sacred ground. Alright. You want to use this on. Throwing it on the hole on the left. The artifact, known as the Bladed Sun, is now secured in place. The sound of the horn echoes loudly in your ears. Suddenly you hear the sound of grinding rock. The jaw of the skull begins to descend. Hot wind erupts from the mouth, creating the illusion that the stone skull is alive. The cavern that you have entered is by far the largest your eyes have ever gazed upon. From the depths rises the most powerful creature that has ever existed, the behemoth. Your stomach knots up as you stare at this new horror. The beast is indeed incredible. You wonder, for a moment, how you can defeat such a creature as this. Alright. I need to find... use... that. Suddenly, lightning begins to flash in the room. Then, the golden spike slides smoothly onto the staff and locks into place. Light cascades through the room as the staff becomes a living entity. You pray, as you raise the Staff of Ages, that it has the power that the prophets claimed. The staff pulsates with power, and a beam of light explodes from it, striking the behemoth. The creature screams in agony, thrashing back and forth in great pain. In his rage, he grabs the Warlock Lord and descends into the depths forever. You can hear the Warlock Lord's screams fade into silence. Suddenly, it is very quiet. A beautiful light seems to fill the cavern. The morning sun, you say to yourself, is over. Although exhausted, you lean on the Staff of Ages and begin your long journey home. Word of your historic quest has already reached the farthest parts of the land. You are triumphantly greeted as you enter the gates of the royal city of Stormhaven. Moments later, you are ushered into the royal palace, where you are greeted by the king. I know what thou hast done, brave one. The world would be dark forever without thee. And that would be the end of the game. You are bestowed a kingdom to rule and the king's fair daughter's hand. As you leave the throne room, you know that although this quest is over, others await. After all, the bards will need new legends to sing of and new tales to tell. The first story's end. And that takes care of that. I want to do the switch port. So just bear with me and I will get that set up. Let me do the BRB screen and get you guys set up on the chat and you guys can talk amongst each other. And we are back. Now let me fix this. I'm pretty sure you guys recognize this title screen because that is the thumbnail we use for this. Alright. Let me see if I can. Well, I'm going to let the chat decide that one. Phoenix, decide what music do you want to use? Do you want to use the new music or do you want to use the classic music? going to turn this music down just a tad. Phoenix, where are ya? Do you want the new stuff, or do you want retro? You already seen all the retro stuff from the other game. Do you want to see the new stuff, or do you want the retro? We can do retro audio, retro text, retro transitions. Or we can go with the new ones. Because you're the only one to ask. For players new to adventure game genre, torches never run out. Gameplay is commanded. We're going to play classic mode. For players familiar with Shadowgate and first-person adventure games in general, which means the torches do run out. For seasoned adventurers, gameplay is more challenging, provides shortened time limit hints, and more opportunities to die. For novice adventurers, gameplay is challenging, provides the longest time limit. For veteran adventurers, gameplay is the most demanding, provides the shortest time limit, indirect hints, and the most opportunities to meet the Grim Reaper. Let's play this on hard mode. Yes, I have one up. Iron Man mode. Off. This is the remake.
A hero's journey? A great quest? Certainly it shall be these things. But for you, young Jer Cuthager, soldier of Windermere, could it not be so much more? In dreams, I have come to you, beseeching, entreating. Ride south, boy. Take naught but a dirk, a torch, courage. Ride south from Rivellin, around the southern arm, through the Waven Fair Wood, past Myrithath, beyond the citadel of Murlac Tor, and the spires of Gimdane, and the darkness of Tarketh's Pass. There you shall find my stone in wait. Under the shade of the mountain range, none have entered, either on foot, on mount, on wing. Gatekeeper, the oldest of spires, it harbors that which has been spoken of in whispers and ascribed to legend. Shadowgate, the living castle. But all is not as it should be. One of our own is now our great bane, a blight upon us. He has brought the ancient keep low, and it now lies fallow. It is there that you will find me, Acme of the Circle of 12. It is there that you will find this great quest. It is there that you will find yourself.
Welcome to the tutorial. Gameplay tips will appear at appropriate times to teach you the mechanics of the game. You can turn these tips on or off at any time in the Settings tab of the Options menu. You can also find more info in the Help menu in the Option menu. Press the B button to close a gameplay tip. Press the A button or tap and hold the touchscreen to open the command wheel. Opening the command wheel when selecting an object shows commands in the wheel that you can perform on the object. Selecting the command will execute the action. For example, to take the skull on the ground, press the A button or tap and hold the touchscreen on the skull and select the take command, which looks like a hand. Alright. That you will find with Lochmir's words echoing about your head. You stumble a bit until the world ceases its lurch. It's lurching. You stand before the Gatekeeper Mountain, an ornate door framed by a series of skulls is fashioned into the rock wall. Alright. You nearly drop the skull when it begins to speak. About time, boy! You have no idea how long I've been here. You can call me Yorick. I have no recollection of how I got here, but I do know plenty about this. Oh, let's see. From now on, you will start seeing small icons next to your cursor and big icons on the left bottom corner of the screen. These icons show you the action and you will take when you press the B button. This button changes based on the object that you hover over in the environment and will show the most used action with that object. You can tap on the big icons to do an action. You nearly drop the skull when it begins to speak. About time, boy. You have no idea how long I've been here. You can call me Yorick. I have no recollection of how I got here, but I do know plenty about this castle. If you need help on this quest of yours, just speak to me, and I'll give you a hint. Objects you take are stored in your inventory. Select your bag in the command wheel to view all your inventories and their content. You can use commands on objects in the inventory. To use one object in the environment, first select the object you would like to use and the use icon. Then select what you would like to use the object on in the screen. So basically, that's all you need to do. So let's see here. Tug on the wet roots, but they slip in your grasp. Let's see. What have I got in my bag? Ouch! You hit the root to no avail. Rather odd thing to do. Use the dirt on what? I'm going to use it on the dirt. Dirt, you successfully hacked through the thick roots. Notice the helm on the ground? This is an object you can equip. Equip objects by selecting them and then selecting the equipped icon. Equipped objects can be seen on thyself. Portrait in the command wheel, this can be enlarged by looking at thyself, as well as in your inventory. You can equip objects by following the same procedure. Alright. You place the oversized helm on your head. It is so large it nearly obscures your vision. Man, am I a child or something? Let's see. Go combine. Open the door. The door is locked, and despite your best efforts, will not open. Now, I guess, time being, I'm gonna have to use. You turn the key and unlock the door. You can open or close objects like unlock doors by selecting the object and then open close icon. Door opens with an eerie creak.
Acme was a fool to send a child to do that which even the vaunted Circle of 12 could not. Contain my growing power. Come if you wish. It makes little difference. Seal your fate within this living castle of the dead.
The apparition fades, leaving a trail of cold air behind it. Do you see the lever on the right? Because it is a stationary, non-tackable object, the use command behaves differently. Simply select the lever and then select the use icon. This is the same as the use with command with thyself and the object. With a squeal of protest, the lever begins to move. A few moments later, a stone slides away from the wall, revealing an opening that holds a key. This is a little bit easier because you can hover over the object and press the B button to grab it. In order to instantly use items from your inventory on the environment, you can use Quick Use. Press the A button or do double tap to open the command wheel in the last inventory you open. Pressing the Y button on the item you wish to use will instantly use the item on object the cursor is on without going into use mode. Inventory type can be changed using the L and R buttons. Door is locked and therefore will not open. You jam the key into the hole, hoping it'll turn the lock. It doesn't. Alright. You struggle with both hands to turn the key. In the stubborn lock, a satisfying click echoes through the chamber. Alright. Okay. Sometimes to be able to go forward, you first have to go back. Use the ZL button on your controller to tap on go back. Hint in the left bottom corner of the screen to go to the room that is behind your current room of the map. Alright, so. You can save and load games at any time, and that's important since Shadowgate is a dangerous place. Press the option button to open the system menu and select the save and load icons to open their respective menus. You can also use R and L to quick save and quick loading respectively. A damp musty breeze wafts out from behind you, from behind an altar set within the stone alcove. You note that the long hallway continues further into the mountain. Something shifts under your feet as you open the book. The torch flames momentarily flicker. I take the torch. Take that torch. You can scan the ancient manuscript, noticing most of the language is unintelligible. However, one particular word stands out from the rest. Invocan. In your mind's eye, you see a glyph glowing with power. And quickly write down the strange marking in your spell book. You have learned to spell. All right. You carefully open the scroll. You read the message scrawled on the scroll. Fandral, this missive is of utmost importance. We must coordinate our efforts. Seek my obelisk in the Acolyte Den below the sewers. I fear the worst is upon us, but I have plans in motion that may yet avert disaster. It is signed with the name Acme. You throw a useless punch or two into the air. Alright. You kneel and bow your head, paying respects to this unknown deity. You punch the statue and bruise your knuckles. Yerg shakes his head. Boy, you better be paying attention to that failing torch you're holding. If I might give you some advice, make sure you have enough unlit ones to light before it goes out. I gotta figure out how I'm using my torch. Okay, I figured it out. You put your shoulder against a stone and push. The rock fractures and crumbles inward, revealing an opening. You kneel and bow your head, paying respects to the unknown deity. Strange markings and glyphs line the stone pillar that enshroud this statue. One that depicts a hooded figure with a darkened visage. You can search and loot various objects in the game by selecting the object and then selecting either open or use. The content of the object will be automatically added to the appropriate section of the inventory. Searchable objects include corpses, desks, bags, chests, etc. A series of ancient doors encircle this small hallway. Looks as if a battle may have fought here long ago. Take the sack. Sift through the bones as they clack together in a disturbing way. Thoroughly rattled, you choose not to disturb this skeleton. Alright. You run through the sack, finding dice and a scroll. Taking these, you then discard the sack. You roll the parchment up. Let's see. Me and you in a dead castle sounds like fun. Eric flashes rather helpfully. While the writing is difficult to discern, you manage to glean a few key phrases. The danger is real, alert the surrounding lands, seal off the passage into the Gatekeeper Mountains. The wax seal shows an eagle in flight and is signed by someone named Fandrel. Alright. To grunt, you push the door open. You thrust the lit torch into the ice. For a moment it begins to melt, before finally revealing the key encased. Okay. As you scan the scroll, one particular word almost seems to jump out at you. A gap. In your mind's eye, you see a glyph glowing with power and quickly write down the strange marking in your spellbook. Before the scroll crumbles in your hands, you realize that you have learned the spell. The smell of brimstone rises with the chamber. Well, I'm going to take the shield. And dragon shifts its weight and gathers its breath. The roar of the ancient beast releases a scorching flame of fire on you. Quicker than you thought possible, the flame engulfs you. You scream in excruciating pain as your flesh is seared from your bones. I died.
Tales of your great sacrifice shall be told throughout the land.
Let's resume. Well, Okay. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Something I forgot to do. Okay. Now. All right. All right. I need to grab these. Ha!
"'Tis a sad thing that your adventures have ended here.
do have a plan, right? Yorick adds unhelpfully. Frozen mash, perhaps that of a massive arachnid, is encased in a thick layer of ice. You shake your head, wondering what the thing is and how it goes into its prediction. How it got in its predicament. Flame is much too small to melt the ice and free the creature. Well. A chill runs up your spine and paralyzes your arm as you try and grasp the elemental. The creature easily dances away. Alright, I think I need to...
You have chosen poorly, young Jer.
Fire! I'm trying to think of that. The walkthrough is not very clear on that. I was trying to pick it up, but as soon as you pick it up, you lash the iron shield securely in your forearm. The roar of the ancient beast releases a scorching stream of fire at you, and you raise your iron shield just in time to block the dragon's flame, dispersing it harmlessly to either side of you. Gathering another breath, the dragon releases a superheated stream of fire at you. You lift your iron shield and once again block the fiery flame. Through this time, you can actually feel the heat. The dragon shifts its weight, fires a blast and scorching flame right at you. You barely manage to raise your shield in time to block the dragon's flame. Though the shield protects you, it glows red hot. The fire is taking its toll on the shield and begins to melt. I honestly don't need anything else. You manage to rush from the room before the dragon can release a blast of fire. Teeth chattering, you stand within the cold cellar, hugging yourself for warmth. A creature made of ice hovers playfully on the far side of the room. Well, let's save this. Alright. So, just learning a few commands, and this is the reason why I chose hard. Is because in this game, you quickly learn the controls. Alright, go back. Small hole user lecture. The stone tombs lifting the walls, this musty crypt. There is an ancient, almost reverent air in this place. Well, if the screen's getting dark, you guys can tell me to light the torch. You've seen in these caves. This torch is welded to the bracket. Nice. Alright. Yurick sarcastically quips, "Even you will know when the place is powered up. Glows like pretty blue gems." Get the torch hard, forcing it downwards. Cannot beat the game without opening certain coffins, and hence this is unavoidable in order to hit. All right. Punch the tomb and bruise your knuckles. You open the tomb, a horrific creature is released, letting out a piercing cry that cuts you. Alright, time is running out. Well, you've seen the visage of the Warlock Lord, and now you have been cursed. Both of these things are time limits in the fame. It's important both to cure yourself before you die, and to stop the Warlock Lord before he destroys the world. Some objects in the game are flammable. Set objects on fire by selecting your current torch. The use with icon and objects you wish to burn. Be careful not to burn something that might prove useful later on. You open the tomb, horrific creatures release, letting out a piercing cry that cuts you into the very being. It's a banshee, harbinger of death and disease. You feel a momentary stabbing pain before the specter winks out of existence. Hold on. Use the torch on what? I will use it on this. The ancient wrapping quickly goes in flames as the mummy is consumed. A sword that was buried inside is revealed. Ancient wrapping quickly goes in flames as the mummy burns. A shield was wrapped inside falls. Oh. Your current torch present in the command wheel has a limited lifespan. It will burn down a little more every time you use a command, with the exception of the look command and speaking to Yorick. Be sure to take any unused torches you come across. When your current torch gets low, select it with the command wheel and choose Use With, then continue to use it with one of the lit torches in your inventory to light a new torch. A drawing of a castle with a single tall spire in the center has been scrawled on this parchment. A single line points to the exact middle of the tower and next to it. These words, 3 times right, then once, pull down, twice past midnight, points to the ruined crown, light becomes dark, the king sits a throne, the mask one revealed shall mark the stone. I'm not ashamed to say this place is mighty scary, eh boy? Eric gulps in a mock whisper. Shield. I know I got 2 shields. There is no need to equip the sword. It's near to hand and ready for use. Alright. The hot menu is a menu that can be opened by using the L button. You can assign objects to the hot menu by highlighting the item in the command wheel menu and holding the A button. Now anytime you want to use that object, open the hot menu and select the object. You can remove items from the hot menu by repeating the process of assigning them. Just to remind you of the Elven Funhouse at King Otto's Fair. You remember taking your sister hoping to lose her in the reflective maze. That is cruel. Game is saving. Alright, let's see, mirror room. I'm going to take some torches. You put your shoulder to the rock and push it as far as you can across the floor. One, two, three, four, against falter. Okay. Where are my torches? I collected torches, didn't I? Oh, there are my torches. You light the torch and swap it out for one in your hand, dropping the previous one behind you. Holy crap. Back to the entrance at the very start of the game. Press. Use the glue skull in the first slot. Place the skull there. What you expected hasn't happened. The skull did not do anything to the slot. The skull snaps out of your hand and into the slot into the archway. There is a brief glow and a thrum of power fills the air. Something just behind the door seems to have come alive. Go to the Andy chamber next. A stone hatch to open it. antechamber accomplishes nothing. Despite your best efforts, you cannot open the hatch. It seems magically sealed. Mumble the incantation under your breath without proper direction. You focus your will on the stone hatch, whispering the words of the spell. A strange power flows out of you, enveloping the stone hatch. For a moment, the stone lid opens. You lean in close, anxious to look inside the open hatch. The stone compartment harbors a strange mechanism, one comprised of levers, rods, and gears. You force the lever downward. Press the smart button to the left of the first. The gears come to life and rotate. You hear the rush of water somewhere nearby. Damp, musty breeze wafts out from behind the altar. It's with a stone alcove. You note that the long hallway continues further into the mountain. Torch becomes uncomfortably hot, burning with an intense green flame. Glass the wooden shield securely on your forearm. Use the green flame on your lit torch in order to cause the flame to go through the hole in the wall to reveal earlier hidden. Alright, we are going to do that then. We're in the grotto. An orc will fire an arrow. You force yourself through the narrow opening into the darkness beyond. A figure moves within the opening at the back of the grotto. You hear the unmistakable twang of a long bow, followed by the whistle of an arrow. You raise your shield at the last possible moment. The arrow bounces off the wood and lands unharmed on the ground at your feet. Edge of the lava-filled chasm. Impossible as it seems, the faint, terrified screams of some unfortunate soul echo within its depth. A dense fog greets you as the stone passage opens into the small chamber. The temperature plummets as a creature materializes in front of you. With a cry, you swing the enchanted torch at the wraith. The ethereal being is instantly enveloped in a bright flash of flame. Its tortured moan resonating in your head. I need to take torches. Do you guys see a cloak? Normally, in the NES one, it was hanging right here. So... No, I just relit it. It's not. Where's this cloak? There it is. Whether it be a sewer or a reservoir system for the castle, mold, mildew, and moss bespeckle the stones within the chamber. Stop trying to use the phone on the lit torch. Oh, I was using the wrong one. That's a bone. Okay. That explains why it was dark before. Alright. Alright. As you read the scroll, one particular word stands out from the rest. Entrays. In your mind's eye, you see a glyph glowing with power. As you write down the strange marking in your spellbook, the scroll crumbles in your hands. You have learned a spell. Empty bottle. Though the grate feels somewhat loose, you are unable to pull it free. Deliver the bar under the bar and pry them open. Peering into the darkness, you drop down in the muck and crawl through the tight opening. The stone den is damp and smells of corpse and green foliage, as if a mirage. The far side of the cave shimmers and power emanates from a standing stone of bliss. Wizard's den. You focus your will on the Stone Obelisk. With a whispered word, your spell is unleashed. A strange apparition coalesces from within the obelisk, the ghostly figure of an old man cloaked in a shimmering veil.
You have done well, simple soldier. Now, Listen if you have ears, since the shadows grow long and time fleet. Some 40 years past, an evil, the like the world has not beheld, escaped its prison. Talimar, the Black, he of whom I have already spoken. This warlock lord brought forth his dark magics and conjurations, and unleashed his foul vassals, desecrating these sacred halls. Talimar has laid waste to the combined power of man. And what of the Circle of 12, the great wizards? They are no more. I am the last. Pity me not, boy. We were resolute in our judgment, but erred greatly. 'Twould have been better to put our brother to death, but mercy and folly prevailed. I know not Talimar's full plans, but have discovered enough to fill my heart with fear. And yet, hope remains, and it stands or falters with you. Fare thee well.
Like Mirror, the timeless vanishes, leaving behind a scroll, a glowing orb, and the words, "Fare thee well." You read the words on the scroll aloud. 5 to find, 3 are 1. 1 gives access to the bladed sun, the silver orb to banish below, the staff of ages to vanquish the foe, joining to the golden thorn, the last to invoke the platinum horn. One. 2. 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Hold on, let me go back here. Series of ancient doors encircled this small hallway. Looks as if a battle may have fought along here. We attempt to open the barrier by lifting it, but succeeded only in burning your hands. With regret, you push the door open. The room begins to spin and you feel vertigo set in. An apparition appears before your eyes, and you hear the echo of the banshee scream in your head. Yurik pipes up. Remember, keep an eye on those torches. My eyesight is bad enough as it is. Within a large cavern, you find yourself on the shore of a placid underground lake. As quickly as it came upon you, the vertigo recedes and your vision clears. You begin to wonder what the banshee might have done to you. I'm well aware of what it has done to me. remove the silver orb and hold it out in front of you. A power from within the artifact immediately pulls the entity inside. Beads of water form on the surface of the orb. Alright. They tell me to save. Well, I will save. Not yet. As the water element is released from the silver orb, it trails a spray of water that quickly extinguishes the flame of the brazier. Alright. Swing the hammer of the brazier. The bowl parts from the legs with a loud clang. Bowl in your satchel, and I'm grabbing it. Go to the gears. Do so first. One. Yeah, go ahead and shoot me with the arrow. We're leaving. And one more time. And we're going down here. Vibrates and begins to move. You can hear the sound of rushing waters deep within the castle. Garrett comes to life and says, "Well, that sounded encouraging. Hey boy, you should probably go see what that just did." The riddle will begin to come apart. You change your mind, deciding it's best not to take the corpse. You pick up the skull and feel a faint trace of power emanating from it. In case you're wondering, I was once an impressive wizard myself. Why I'm still around is another story altogether. Try as you might, you cannot pull the rune from the wall. Go this way. Okay, this is the orb. Alright. We're gonna go back to the lake. You release the ice elemental, you fumble with the silver orb, dropping it into the lake. Immediately, the still water freezes into a solid sheet of ice. Excellent work. You need to go closer to the skeleton to do that. You make your way across the slippery ice toward the chained skeleton. The skeletal remains of some unfortunate soul are chained securely to this rock. Doing your best impersonation of a strong man. Your attempt to pull the chain apart with your bare hand is no wonder you never became a strong man. Alright. The heat from the lit torch melts the ice around the silver orb, freeing it. The ancient artifact raises the surface of the frozen lake. I'm going to take it. You search the corpse for anything useful. Your efforts produce 2 scrolls which you deposit in your pack. You read the words on the scroll. One particular word stands out from the rest. Mics. In your mind's eye, you see a glyph glowing with power. As you quickly write down the strange marking in your spell. Spellbook, the scroll crumbles into your hand. You have learned to spell. Carefully unroll the scroll. You read the hastily scrawled words on the scroll. Brother, if you're reading this, then I am no more. The best defense cannot hold against this power. I fear we have underestimated his ambition and the depths he would travel in the dark arts. Protect the seals at all costs. He must not get them. I know it is forbidden to enter each other's dements, but I implore you to follow the ley lines to the loan. Keep and add your strength to unthalms. If nothing else, perhaps your weathered master can blunt the evil one's advice, especially with your support. Fare thee well, Fandrel the High. Oh! So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The hum of power accompanies the churning of the gears. You hear the faraway rattle of chains, followed by the rumble of rushing water. Okay. You manage to pry loose the faulty gear and immediately place it in your satchel. With a strange sucking sound, the skull fits into the slot in the archway. The hairs on your arms rise as you feel power gather in the air, reaching deeper into the castle. Cascades from the mouth of the ancient stone statue painstakingly carved into the cavern wall. Below it undulates a mass water hovers. Yeah, well... No, this is a water element. Go to the mirror room to do so. Left turn away. Take the door. Wait a minute. Glint momentarily fits surface of the mirror. You rear back and strike the mirror with a hammer. Glass falls away from the frame, revealing a door behind it. Pull on the door with your might, the locked door just rattles on its frame. Key and turn it, the door unlocks with a click of the tumblers. As you open the door, a wave of heat slams into you, making your eyes water. I'm good. You carefully lower yourself through the opening in the floor. You wade chest high into the sewer water, wondering just how you got roped into this adventure. You submerge the cloak in the water. It comes out dripping wet. Okay. Now, I'm pretty sure I have to equip this. A wave of heat washes over you as you move into the next room. An intense heat, surely, from the unearthly fire before you fills this large room. The torch's flames momentarily flicker. Once released from the silver orb, the water elemental immediately launches itself into the fire pit before disappearing. The flames lower to a tolerable level. It takes a little bit. When you put your shoulder into it, it finally opens. Yurik the Skull already mentioned that you can speak to him to get hints. He also has a tendency to mouth off every now and then. If you would like Yurik to keep his quips to a minimum, simply select him in the command wheel and then select the hit icon. Repeat the process if you want him to pipe up again. Some time ago, I heard some goblins saying they had taken over the castle. Just warning you. Okay. Okay. You attempt to turn the gear by hand, but the mechanism resists your efforts. Concentrate, drawing power from the air itself. After a moment, you release the spell with the word. With the exception of an annoying headache, nothing else resulted from your spell casting. On the grate to open it. Oh! You let out a long breath, gather your will, and chant the spell. Debris falls from the rocks above as the iron grate responds, lifting with a shudder and a squeal and opening the way forward. Bones and decayed cloth appear to be too. Try as you might, you cannot pull the ruins from the wall. Okay, this vast chamber is dominated by an intricate carved circle wreathed by 12 stone thrones. Power pulsates from mystical symbols set within the floor. Your eyes roll back into your head and you focus your will on the stone obelisk. You whisper the word Invocan and unleash the spell. The image of Lochmere materializes.
Listen carefully to my words, boy. There were many who followed the path of the One. Worthy were they, and I counted them as brothers and sisters. Now only I remain, he who is called Timeless. I have fought the good fight, sending many of Talimar's horde back to the depths that spawned them. And though my power is beyond that of mortal man, it is not without limit. But why do I appear before you thus? Am I a ghost? No. Surely I am more than that. This is naught but a projection. As my living being has sought shelter within my tower, it is here I continue my studies to aid you in what ways I can. I grow weary, but know this. I have glimpsed a vast power at the foundation of this castle. This power the Warlock Lord covets above all else. But he fears as well. A hero from the line of the ancients. Or so says Gabriel the Bard. Gird yourself against what is to come, simple soldier. And forsake me not. Follow the ways of the circle. Stray not from its path.
The image of Lochmere materializes from within the obelisk. Okay. Sorry about that. Stray not from its path, he finishes, as his form fades away to nothing. The door opens with an eerie squeal that echoes throughout the chamber. Not unlike the image in your dreams, the entrance to the inner keep of Castle Shadowgate stands before you, set with a heavy wooden drawbridge. Okay. Where else am I? You grab a hold of the rope and carefully lower yourself down into the well. The ancient well is chocked with roots and various detritus and debris that has accumulated over the years. You take the bucket. The cloak is no longer wet. You look inside the bucket and pull out an orange pumpkin. Now that was strange. You squeeze your hand into the metal gauntlet. scramble up the rope and out the top of the well. Not unlike the image in your dreams, okay. So, let's use self on the well. You struggle to untie the rope from the well. Finally, the last stubborn knot comes free, and the rope falls to the ground. You put the rope in your satchel. Guess what I'm gonna do? You take the rope and tie it securely around the iron hook. The result resembles a grappling hook. Displaying an expertise you did not know you possessed, you swing the grappling hook about your head a few times and let it fly. The hook catches in the window slit of the castle wall. You yank on the end of the rope and free it from its position. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do, but... You jump down into the moldy moat before using the hanging rope to pull yourself up and into the window above. This room is dry as a bone and apparently houses the mechanism that raises and lowers the drawbridge. A hum of power travels along the machinery. You pull the lever to the right with a rumble. The chains move and gears start to turn. You hear the unmistakable sound of a drawbridge being lowered outside. You test the secured ropes, scamper out the window, and successfully rappel down the slick wall. Alright. Now I want my rope. Taking a deep breath, you saunter across the drawbridge and into the inner castle. As you enter the ground hallway, a goblin jumps out from the shadows, surprising you with a war cry. While you backpedal, the beast tightens its grip on its weapon. A look of surprise flits across the goblin's face as you throw a haymaker at its jaw. With a sickening crack, the goblin goes down like a sack of potatoes. You shake your hand and mutter in satisfaction. Didn't see that one coming, did you? Well, I think this is the time I grab my sword and I just make sure he dies. You slash the tunic with the sword. The tunic tears a little with your efforts. Oh. Was I not supposed to do that? Alright, where is... Where's... You are right here. You deliver the coup de grace to the unconscious goblin, ending its life. You pat down the goblin and take an interesting crystal from its pocket. You take the goblin armor. I don't have the broom. Alright, attempt to lever open the visor. No such luck. You lift the visor and find part of a mask which you take and place in your pack. This library must contain thousands of ancient tomes, books, and manuscripts. A thick coating of dust covers everything. Using the bar, you pry the glasses from the skull. You put on the glasses. You are momentarily disoriented, but quickly regain your sense of balance. York lets out a burst of laughter. I'm sorry? There's a dinner fork here. The book is locked with a metal band? Hunger for knowledge is admirable, but there is probably a better way to achieve it. Before opening. Although you struggle with the poor penmanship, you read on. I am honored to have been selected by Fandral to document the workings of the Circle. The newest initiate is a young man with an inquisitive nature. He has taken the name of Lockmire and intends to study the origins of time. Although his mastery has yet to be chosen, the High One mentioned that Lockmire is not from his line and thus cannot be groomed to become head of the Circle. Rather, the new initiate was chosen from an unorthodox scrying performed by Ptolemy. I do not trust that one. It is an ambition and a hunger that does not sit well with a member of the circle. With a crinkle of paper, the book opens. You flip through the book, nothing. The pages are blank. You open the dusty tome. Who knows what wisdom contains within? The glasses bring the sentence into focus. One particular word stands out from the rest. Play clear. In your mind's eye, you see a glyph glowing with power, and quickly write down the strange marking in your spell book. You have learned the spell. Alright, we're just gonna take this one. Hand along the edge of the bookcase looking for a hidden mechanism. Nothing. Try as you might, you're unable to remove the map from the wall. Why? The edge of the bookcase. Fail to find anything obvious. Hey, steady there, you almost dropped me, York says, annoyed. Is it me or is it dark? Let's fix that. Much better. Sensing something strange, you step closer to the books on the shelves. A series of shelves are cluttered with books of varying shapes, sizes, and colors. The accumulated knowledge in this place must be truly staggering. Strange, you feel compelled to leave the book in place. With an audible click, the book slides into the slot, like it was made to be there. You know what? Let me grab all of these books. Nothing happened when you used the book. Faded title on the spine of the book. What the Patriots saw by book on the bottom shelf. This book only comes out so far before it stops with a click. Six, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Book you played. That a few inches before suddenly stopping with a click. A low rumble follows, and the bookcase to the right shakes a bit. You step back, watching as the bookcase slides away, revealing a passage to an adjoining room. This library must contain thousands of ancient tomes, books, and manuscripts. A thick coating of dust covers everything. Can I take these? I'm going to. All right. Set the contents of the fire pit alight. A weak fire greets you. The flames immediately leap your natural way. With a crackling pop, the fire elemental appears in the room, playfully flitting about the enchanted fire. Grasping the silver orb in both hands, you advance on the fire elemental. There is a brief struggle before the artifact successfully pulls the entity inside. The surface of the orb now radiates an intense heat. Hey, Ancient One! Alright, well, this is going to be interesting. Concentrating on the image of the glyph, you summon your will and release the spell into the sky. Play clear, you recite with authority. The effect is immediate and the sky begins to clear. The perpetual storm abates and moves off. The moon emerges in its full brilliance, lending a brilliant glow to the landscape. A large bulbous contraption is connected to the ceiling via a series of cone tubing. For observational reasons, several rows of tiered seats are arranged around it. Okay. The candle in your satchel. The room lurches and spins. A wave of nauseating washes over you, followed closely by a stabbing pain in your stomach. You reel from discomfort as the image of the banshee flashes before your eyes. Well, let's save it before this damn banshee takes over my goddamn body. Alright, the more you move it, on second thought you decide to leave it where it is. But failed to discover anything. What am I supposed to find in here? Notice an opening near the front of the monstrosity. Perhaps something goes in there. Oh, okay. Well, let's do the second one from the right. You read the hastily written note. Fandral, I have discovered a great weakness in our defense. Since we all have the mark, it is simply a matter of separating our heads from our shoulders. Then our remains can be used in the hidden approach, and the wards will be engaged, allowing those with the knowledge to travel the castle unopposed. One merely has to be within our walls for this to work. It is signed with 3 squiggly lines. Interesting. Well, I'm going to take the poker and let's look at the floor. Okay. Okay. Look at 4. Shadows are pointing to? Like where on the floor? I'm going back in there. Around for a latch or some other hidden mechanism that might open a secret passage. Nothing. Hanging the fire into the banquet room, the massive fireplace. It's cold and unused. It looks like it would be uncomfortable to sit in. Alright. So... An impressive window dominates the far side of the hall. Stained glass depicts a number of robed figures, each reaching for some type of configuration into heaven. The window is much too high to punch. Okay, so what am I looking for? This is the banquet hall, right? I picked up the poker. I believe my torch is going out. goblin leaps out of the shadows, blocking your way. You both freeze, eyeing one another, each waiting for the other to make the first move. The monster lunges at you with a snarl, swinging its mace at your exposed head. Pain explodes along with most of your skull, and then you know no more. Alright, I died.
"'Tis a sad thing that your adventures have ended here."
The torches do make a pretty good clock. That's torturous. That joke doesn't really work. Alright, I'm supposed to be looking at something on the floor, but I don't really know what. Make sure Twitch is doing okay. You tell me to look at the floor, but I'm not understanding. The bar failed to do anything constructive to the banquet hall. So, where am I supposed to use it? You tell me to use it, you're telling me to look on the floor. It's pretty dark in here. Let's light it up. Alright. I am not seeing what you're telling me to light. Somebody do a video search on this to tell me exactly where, cause it says look at floor, and I'm looking at floor, but what do I look? How much do I look at? Aches and chills rack your body. If you feel as bad as you look, then you're in deep trouble. Grimacing, You heft the wooden shield higher, gaining little comfort from its weight. We're in the banquet hall. Slitting his sword, ending its life. You rifle through the goblin's belongings, looking for anything that might prove useful to your quest. You find a ring, which you put it in your satchel. Swap one helm for another, unsure if the new one is an improvement. Castle's fortifications sits like an impenetrable wall against the relentless onslaught of the raging storm. You feel on the edges of the statue for a hidden opening or mechanism. Nothing. I'm supposed to have a glyph skull. Okay, that... it's locked. So, where is the glyph skull in the banquet hall? Before I go anywhere, I take you. Let's see the chagrin of the copper that made it. This large keg has been smashed open. He rummaged through the sack, finding 2 cubes of honey, and discarded the sack. You swing the hammer on the mirror. Oddly enough, the weapon just bounces off the glass. Perhaps the mirror is enchanted. Concentrate, drawing power from the air itself for a moment. You release the spell with a word. The result, a headache and some pretty colors to flow about somewhat milk. Fashion. Okay. Bead your brow, concentrated glyph. Nothing else. Simply too big to fit in such a small space. Tail dripping at your base of the hole, then a mouse must be the culprit. The hand flames made quick work of the flammable material, but it didn't do me any good. You read the words in the scroll. One phrase stands out from the rest. Tarak. In your mind's eye, you see the glyph glowing with power as you quickly write down the strange marking in your spell book. The scroll crumbles in your hands. You have learned the spell. Entries. You read the handwritten entry on the page. I have noted several observations over the past fortnight. The stars have moved into an unheard of alignment. The unnamed hero, the hourglass depicting endless time, the broken sword of betrayal, the hooded figure of Thanos, the life stealer, All these constellations are out of season and position. Yet here they are chasing across the night skies. Unbelievable. This can only portend a time of terrible danger and upheaval. The entry is signed by astronomer Laurel. Turret is firmly attached to the wall, thus you can't take it. Some of the constellation, the pouring goblet of salvation, and the broken sword of conquest. You drop the lightning rod into your satchel. You step into and close and look through the telescope. Kind of the night sky are hidden by the churning clouds of the storm. Concentrating on the image of the glyph, you summon your will and release the spell upwards to the heavens. Play clear. You recite with authority. The effect is immediate and the storm clouds move off, allowing you a wondering view of the brilliant stars. You jump with all your strength, but you're unable to reach the distant stars. This far and distant sun is called Furrows. It honors the fallen one from the skies that came to carry out the planes of fire in the southern lands. The star is usually one of the first ones you see on the horizon in the winter months. It's called Thumtig, or more commonly known as the One Tree. The Magi and fortune tellers called the twinkling star the Watcher, or the all-seeing eye. You seem to remember that this particular star is named after Aqueducts, the mythical god of water of the ancient Tien race. This bright northern star represents Delos, the mythical eagle that brings the morning sun each and every day. Alright. I still would like to know about that skull that I still haven't got. And I was hoping that it would show up in a video that I'm supposed to have that. You're physically capable of getting the skull in the slot. It simply won't fit. The skull resists your efforts to place into the slot. After a puzzled moment or two, you give up trying. Skull snaps out of your hand and into the slot on the archway. There is a brief glow and a thumb of power fills in the air. Something just beyond the door seems to have come alive. Okay. After a moment, you stop having grown bored. Basically, it will not fit. Huh? Well, I asked for help to get in that room. Try to get it in the room. You were supposed to not read it because I already have it up. You're supposed to pull up a video. Okay, well, where? But that room is supposed to have a skull glyph into it. Oh, I can't do this. Because it's blocking my entryway. So I need... It's in the banquet hall. There's supposed to be a third glyph skull. Yeah, well, I already read that. Are you on PlayStation trophies? You sweep away the dust and cobwebs that have accumulated over the years. Alright. So, where exactly is it? Where are the shadows? Because it says the same thing right here. Well, that's because this is the banquet hall. Because this was the room with the poker. And I was supposed to pick up the poker. That's why I said, I don't know. I didn't see him. So it keeps telling me that the stained glass is illuminating, rising height of the vaulted ceiling. Torch up the flume, trying to see what might be hidden up there. I don't know. That's why I said, is there a video? There's no way to treat a 1,000-year-old skull. Boy. looks as if someone carelessly overturned this chair. Turn a wooden table set with inlaid hand-carved rosewood. That's what I've been doing! This large hall is dominated by a stained glass window, rising to the height of the vaulted ceiling. But where is he looking? How? I did. Okay, but where at on the floor? I just did that. Same thing. Same thing. What light? I have no idea what they're talking about. I see nothing. A moonlight spell? And which one is that one? I have Tarak, Play Clear, Mike's, and Trey's, a Gap, and Vakken. I don't have it. And this walkthrough didn't even tell me to use that. So I don't even know what anyone is talking about. True, you release the spell producing a nice pyrotechnic display. What room? What room? No, I didn't. That's not the one. 3 squiggly lines. Okay, it's... Okay. So now what? I don't have it. Read the Hess. Brother, if you are reading this, here's the loud 5. No, that's... Nope. Yeah, well, I don't have. The only thing that I can do is... Banshee, why did it have to be Banshee? Shook his head. Okay. The only thing I can try is... air becomes heavy and very...
I see you have run afoul of my traps. Still, you have managed to overcome them and make it this far.
Yeah, I
shall concede that you are proving most resourceful. You will soon discover your efforts are but in vain.
Leaving a cold chill in the wake. Oh. Well, that wasn't good. I'm just gonna go back through and see if I missed anything. Because nothing I've been doing is working. obviously, that spell is not in here. So I do not know how they came up with a spell like that. Well, it's not. Because it's supposed to be a glyph skull on the floor. Play clear. I got it. And where do I use it? Concentrate and draw power into yourself. After a moment, you release the spell with a word. A bright flash of light fills the space above your head. Alright. Well. Ah! Okay. That's done. Alright. That took a lot more effort than I kind of wish they were a little bit more descriptive, but I guess it is what it is. Yes. Not quite. Skull keeps faint sounds deep within the cast signature. Something has happened. Okay, now there's... No, we don't want to do that. Oh, don't even ask how I figured that out. One, two, three, four, five. Alright. It's enchanted. So I need to use a spell. Surprised before looking in the room. Strangely, the mirror warps a bit, as if it's at work here. No, these two are enchanted. So none of these are working. I don't know what spell to use for that. This is the library. This must be the laboratory. It could look like it's breathing. Oh no, wait. What's be? Oh. To the dingy, smell-filled guard room goes unnoticed. The goblins are all preoccupied with eating, sleeping, and reclining. To reach for the crossbow, the nearest goblin snarls, freezing you in place. Almost as... Oh. Okay.
Today, death has claimed a hero of the realm.
I don't have that spell. I don't want to go in that room again. So. Situated on the edge of the deep chasm, the castle defenses end in a fortified watchtower. Focusing the will on the stone obelisk, you whisper the word in Vacan and unleash your spell. The ghostly figure of Lockmere.
In arrogance and pride, we thought we could prevent Talimar from turning to darkness. We have surely paid for these sins. But this matters not, simple soldier. What is done is done. Time is fleet, so bend an ear to my voice. Hope lies within your breast. I say it again. Talimar the Black fears it, even as he searches for a way to rip it from you, even as he binds the dwarves to his madness, driving them deeper into the catacombs. And he will not stop until he rips every stone from the castle's foundation. For Talimar believes that a great beast slumbers far below. Mayhap this is true, for I have uncovered much, yet know so little. Of this, however, I am certain. The Warlock Lord knows not of your heritage. This is our great advantage, our great hope. Seek the terrible skull door of Tor Drakan. What lies beyond its threshold is unknown, even to me. A great behemoth, an ancient evil, a source of power. Be wary, boy. Heed my words. Do what I cannot. Go where I cannot. Learn the secrets of what Talimar seeks. Trust in what you find.
Ghostly figure of Lockmere forms from within the obelisk. Trust. Alright. Remember to the sack, finding 2 scrolls, a key, and a room. Taking these, you then discard the sack. You are drawn to one particular message. Follow the path that ancients have left. The philosopher, the historian, the bard, and the priest. From Left Trislan to Sporadic Sir, Johnson Baron, to Elder Enaham, Lilithair, along with Abner, and lastly, Overused provides the key. Alright. You read the words on the scroll. One particular word stands out. from the rest, Flumoris. In your mind's eye, you see a glyph glowing with power as you quickly write down the strange markings in your spell book. The scroll crumbles in your hands and you learn the spell. You drop the quiver into your satchel. You put the bow in your satchel. You rummage through the corpse's tattered clothing, but fail to discover anything useful. Alright. Can I put a lightning rod here? $12 hours. Okay. I got a new spell, and I'm going to try to use it. You picture the glyph in your mind and draw its power. With a gesture, you release the spell with the word, producing a dazzling flash of light. Nothing. So I simply just hit go. expected conclusion never happens. Instead, the surface of the mirror gives way before you experience a moment of weightlessness. When you open your eyes, you are somewhere else. Some catastrophic event befell this inner keep, smashing the furniture to bits and opening the walls to the elements. You shudder at the devastation. Finding 2 scrolls, a skull, and a broken flute. Taking these, then discard the sack. Lythal stand. I can sense the curse growing worse. Pick it up, lad. Oh, I grabbed the wrong thing. Did I run out of torches? A glance at the stiff frozen rows revealed nothing of interest. They work pretty well. Surrounded by the gatekeeper's mountain, a lone keep sets silent vigil on the summit of the snowy peak. You hug the weathered wall, occasionally slipping as you climb the stone steps. Stand atop the keep with a panoramic view of the surrounding. A huge column of wind spins violently, threatening to lift you off your feet. Gather your will, enchant the spell, place here. However, the tornado continues whirling about. Obviously, your efforts to control it. Oblivious to your efforts to control it. You turn to buffet you with its wind as you try and catch a spell. The effect causes a misfire that creates a small explosion. The wind continues to rotate unaffected by your efforts. Out with a tendril of air that slaps you to the ground. Concentrating on the image of the glare, you summon your will and release the spells of the sky. Play clear. You shout with authority into the buffeting storm. The effect is immediate and the sky begins to clear, the snow becoming nothing more than a scattering flurries. The huge whirlwind whips violently back and forth, pulling snow and debris from the valley below, launching it into the sky above. However, the tornado continued whirling about, oblivious to your efforts to control it. I controlled the snow, but... With a running start, you leap from the top of the tower. Immediately, a blast of wind from the tornado hurls you back onto the precipice flat on your back. Spell dispenses the sky without any discernible effect. Try to scrape away the ice and snow that covers the abyss. Your efforts are fruitless. Not respond. Okay. Please do not advertise in our chat. Hurl yourself out the window, screaming until you run out of breath. Soon enough, the rocky ground meets your body. Oh, wow.
Tales of your great sacrifice shall be told throughout the land.
Alright. I'm going to end that right there. It is getting pretty late. You go ahead and rate. So we're not going to do a raid on Twitch. We're going to do it all on YouTube. I don't exactly have We're doing the hashtag Covert Anvil raid. I will finish this in another stream. Alright, go ahead and give him a like and a subscribe. And we are out.